Just doing a quick mic test. Can you all hear me loud and clear? Okay, good, good. I will mention now, it has been a good while since I last streamed. So, expect there to be technical difficulties and things maybe not working properly. If anything happens to not work properly today, I will work on fixing that. Also, I am maybe muting my microphone a few times as well, because my throat isn't doing particularly great at the moment. As you can probably hear. Yeah, I had COVID recently, so I'm just recovering. I'm recovering from that. I don't have COVID anymore, but my throat is still pretty rough. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe has come out today, and I am very excited for this game. I want to stream it. I want to share my experience with everyone. So that is what I will be doing today. And yeah, thank you for the good wishes. Hopefully it will pass. It doesn't help that I went to a concert over the weekend, which I do not regret, but also regret because it didn't do my throat any good. But I still had a lot of fun. I am daring. I will go out and do these things, even if I am feeling slightly unwell. It's good fun. I will say now. I had a negative COVID test before I went to the concert over the weekend as well. So all is good. All is good. I'm just hoping I don't come down with anything again. Yeah, even though my throat is still feeling rough, I am still very high energy at the moment. Like I can get up and do lots of fun stuff. It's just I wish this tickly throat would just clear off. And yeah, I've been drinking a lot of water, hydration, lots and lots of hydration. It's been getting me through the week. Speaking of which, I do need to top up my bottle. Might do that during the stream. Ooh, lemon sounds like a good idea. I could maybe make some tea as well. I'll do that later. I don't want to be making tea during the stream. Tea stream. Raccoon and tea.
I got my shirt in town right now. It's real elegant, you know? It's like grown folks music. I like it though.
Okay, I'm gonna go top up my water. And once I get back, I will get the stream going.
Fresh even in the winter like a pack of gun. There's something that I want, and I'm coming after some of these whack MCs. You're gonna have to run, and I'ma catch them. Like Ash, I'm hitting the gas, and you can laugh now, but I'm getting the last. Like it's sold out. They asking me, can I roll out? Bro, I'm sure for real. She can even vouch. That went over heads like a projector. Man, why you falling apart like Victor? Yes, sir, my texture is a shade of blue, but I ain't dragging in the end. Soon ready to, and I don't care what haters do. They don't faze me. They still lagging. I'm loaded up in HD. You look tasty, love. Plus you got class, and you a nerd too. Nah, I couldn't pass. I'm enjoying life. I spent so much time observing it. Mentally started to hurt a bit. The nerve of it. Value, I never heard of it. You ain't gotta like my tunes, bet your girl love it. Excuse the cockiness, but they taking my kindness for weakness. Don't take for granted, it's hard to part with this meetings. Don't make me repeat it, never been conceited, my dude. You colorblind, you lying, you ain't seeing blue. Ooh, dog, they know I flow like that. Just like work the next day. Don't make me go right back and black out like a fuse blown. Keep your shoes on, Nike dunks, I'm jumping over your tombstone. So you dead wrong. Iniquities never hinder me, turning my chakra into energy. Then release it on the world for a minute. It might be a dream, but I'm in it. I'm trying to get a slice of life. Might even get two if the price is right. Love, come with me, you can be my bride tonight.
Yeah, it'll pass.
You gon' like this life.
We are coming up to the end of April now, as well. April is just generally a busy month with lots of stuff going on, and I unfortunately came down with COVID during the same month. So... months in advance, making loads of plans for April, so much going on in April, and then April comes along, and suddenly I'm ill! Yay! Fortunately, I don't really have anything particularly busy or anything like planned within the next few weeks. I have a friend's birthday at the end of next month, but that is at the end of the month, so hopefully I will be feeling... I'll be feeling a lot better by then. Yeah, it's been two whole years of this pandemic, and suddenly I catch it. I think it's just... I think it's probably like a result of just a lot of the general public becoming more careless about it. Everybody just going around thinking it's over. It really is not.
I'm trying to get a slice of life. Might even get two if the price is right. Love, come with me, you can be my bride tonight. And every day after, you gon' like this life.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a slice of life.
Been doing very heavy mask wearing recently.
Love, come with me, you can be my...
I think next time I go around London as well, I'm gonna avoid the Central Line. Because I think if there's anywhere I most likely would have picked up COVID from, it would have been from just travelling on the Central Line. Absolutely hate that line. Always packed with people whenever I go on there. Oh, you think it's over until you test positive for it. Yeah, I'm thinking like next time I go into London, I might even just walk places. Either that or just take buses. The buses tend not to be too busy. I get plenty of exercise. I think whether I walk somewhere or not really depends on if I'm a rush to get somewhere. If I'm not in a rush to get anywhere, I'll just walk. The Overground is so much more pleasant than the Tube, I'll say that. It's never as busy. Speaking of London, I had a recruiter call me today. Hopefully, if this all goes down well, I might end up with a job in London. I don't know what I don't know what my possibilities are, but I'm gonna stay optimistic about it. I'm still actively applying for work. I'm hoping I can get work like somewhere in London so I can get moved out. And I will say, yeah, I will say if I wait. Okay, the raccoon redemption's broken. That's one thing. I will look into fixing that. I've lost my train of thought now. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, you made me purr. Yeah, jobs. So with regards to the stream, I'm hoping that once I get a job, once I'm in a routine, once I have my life on track, I will probably start doing more stuff on Twitch as well. Because I miss doing stuff on Twitch. I just have never really felt like doing stuff on Twitch while I'm at home with my parents. And because so the problem being with streaming from home is that I have to make sure I work around their schedule and not my own schedule. Which means I can just be randomly interrupted and things like that, and I don't like doing that. I stream a lot of PS1 games. I might want to check out retro achievements. I have heard of retro achievements. Not really my kind of thing, but thank you for the suggestion anyway. Anyway, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. That game came out today. I think I have everything set up for that now, so I will get that going very shortly. Also, just as a reminder for everyone, I came down with COVID recently, so my throat is a little bit rough at the moment, so I probably won't be talking as much as I usually do. But I do want everyone else to be on the ride with me while I play this game, so hopefully everything will be going smoothly. I'm gonna hit the button and we are gonna get going. Yeah, there is a lot of audio dialogue in this game. So let's go. Please choose a screen and subtitle language. Let's do English. Have you played this Stanley Parable before? Yes, I have. So when you release download links for the third-party PS1 demo music, especially the Dolphin Rock on the... I will look into doing that at some point. It's not really a particular priority, but if there is demand, if there is demand for it, I will get around to doing that. Considering that a lot of the third-party PS1 demo disc menus have a lot of bangers, and yeah, the thing about the third party demo disc music is that there is a few licensed music tracks that are used on those as well, and I don't really want to suffer from any takedowns of any content, so I have to make sure everything is safe to upload first before I do any of that. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Let's go down, down, down. There we go. Yeah, I will be doing USA and JP demo discs at some point. Don't expect it anytime soon, but it is in my plans, and I am organizing it with a couple of friends who are helping me out with the project as well. I don't have an ETA for when I'm going to be streaming the JP demo discs. USA demo discs may come first. I also have PS2 demo discs planned as well. The PS2 discs are a bit of a complication at the moment because I need to fix my capture hardware for that. Because I will be using an actual PS2 and not an emulator for those. Please enter the current time. Okay. It is currently 5:52. Oh wait, it's not 24 hours. So PM 5. No. Okay, I guess we're going up. 2, 3. 5:53 PM. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. I'm just going to move my foot pads. So sat. Playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Let's take a look at the settings, shall we? You got field of view, mouse sensitivity, camera sensitivity, Y, controller, configuration, one-handed walking. Hold left. Ooh, nice. I like that. Presentation, language, English. Show subtitles on, subtitle size. Let's do large subtitles. Background publicity. Just to be so the words. Show translation labels. Translated labels. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So let's just
colors.
So let's just say it was yeah.
Considering I'm streaming the game at the moment, I might consider turning show content warnings on. So maybe stuff some people might not want to see. I'll turn it on. I don't think the Stanley Parable gets particularly deep. I know like it goes into stuff like existential crisis kind of deals, but this has new content, so I don't exactly know what to expect or whether there's going to be any triggering content in the game or anything. So I will turn the content warning stuff on.
You know what?
So that's general audio, good. Video, desync on, borderless, 1080, there we go. I will adjust the video settings later if I have any issues. Okay. Begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
The classic intro.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever...
I'm just going to turn the game audio down a little bit.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
It is time. I have control over Stanley. Oh, okay, so left-clicking for use, but WASD for movement. Thank you for following, Demo Espo. There's all these stuff at the desk. Can't interact with that. Okay, I'm gonna do the first one that I actually know of, so just closing the door.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Nice. So nothing particularly different there. Well, I'm going by. So the last time I properly played this game was probably around the time that it came out. So it would have been around 2012, 2013, I think. Been a very long time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it advance. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
So, achievement for not being able to jump, and also an achievement for getting an achievement. Double achievement. I'm on the desk. Can I get over? Can I get through the window here?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its
I love this
exploration
ending.
of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other...
I like how I've gone to this first before even going through any of the main things the game has actually wanted me to do.
Say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now,
Kind of going by...
so much that
This is just completely against everything here.
Decision whether to come back here, continue.
It's just gone straight into the meta
in this
stuff.
spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Some nice echo. Okay, I'm sick of the gag now. Do they have a key for... Do they have a key for respawning? Yeah. K doesn't do anything. Okay, I guess I have to go to the pause menu to do it. Well, do you want to see the same gag again?
Were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design.
Hey Freya! Thank you for the raid.
Of video game structure and its examination
Rat attack.
of narrative trope.
Rat attack!
So, now that you're here,
Rats!
think, isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all?
What have the rats been doing?
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely.
Oh, that's okay, Remy.
Literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then.
Driving trucks in
It
America.
would also be an appropriate time to quit.
Sounds like a chill time.
These points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered
Nice.
so
I remember this.
But the truth must be told, he was not.
I also think I need a reminder on screen for when my microphone is muted, because I've been muting my microphone for coughing and forgetting to unmute it. This might happen a few times, so apologies.
Some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
So hello, Ronnie.
Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes.
He's a little bit beige.
Will become quite unbearable.
Okay, I think it just stays at the music looping from here. This is what I call a chill stream. Just have this playing. Enjoy, everyone. We're not even at the baby game yet. I'm not gonna wait for that. I think that it does just literally loop the whole time, so.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Let's get into the actual game now, shall we?
Go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, Rip. Isn't there a way to zoom in on stuff? Did the original game have a zoom key? I can't remember. Yeah, all of these co-workers are caught COVID, including myself. I was also a co-worker of Stanley. Ah, I remember this. Awaiting input. So you restart the game several times, and I believe something happens. Oh no! Don't spell raccoon with one C, it's with two C's. I'm actually more looking forward to find out what has actually changed. This is looking very... It's looking very Stanley Parable so far. If I were to have an appropriate description for this.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
What should we do? Door on the left, door on the right? Considering that we have the option of choice here, and I have a chat with me at the moment, we could take this to our advantage. I will take the first suggestion that appears in the chat. Middle? Okay, I'll just walk straight into the wall. There we go. Backwards. Okay. Turn back. No, no turning back. Sofa. I mean, these aren't really sofas, but... I can't go through the ceiling. If I could, I would. Raccoon. I would start a raccoon associated company. If Chitter doesn't count already. There's not really a company, that's more just a thing. Yeah, the fully of asking Twitch chat to help. Come on, you got a left door or a right door. It's one or the other. I'll stay in here until until somebody makes a suggestion. Okay, we go in the door on the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Just admiring everything.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply...
Anyone fancy a drink?
Drinking it all in.
Got cold drinks. All of your favorites.
Yes, really, really...
I can't actually read any of that. It's too blurry.
A room so
A Beepus Max.
captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you...
My favorite flavor of
some paintings.
canned
Really worth it.
canned beverage is cold drinks. Hello, Soft Fennec.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
No, I think this is just
Stanley
a
sat
chill
around
room.
waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Give me cold drinks. I want me cold drinks. I'm not gonna be able to move on without my cold drink. Yeah, I love this game. Go through the... I tried going through the ceiling. I cannot jump. Jumping is not an option. Speaking of which, what happens if I... Okay, so... Considering that the game has been remade in Unity, this is not the source engine. I'm going to wonder if they have actually ported over any remnants from the source engine, like a fake developer console or anything like that. Considering that one of the Easter eggs in the original game was literally opening up the development console and trying to enable server cheats, which would take you to a place called the Serious Room. Yeah, they ported it to Unity because that's the engine that also runs on consoles as well. And this is available on PC, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and PlayStation. So you can play this game now even if you don't have a good PC or just a PC to play it on.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room.
The amazing room.
First open door on his left to get back to business.
Okay, what do we do, chat? Do we go through this door and go back to business, or should I move on? Yes, let's move along. Please go through the door itself. I cannot go through the door. I can close the door. Amazing. Could have fun all day with this. Actual door mechanics. If you obstruct the door, it leaves it open. Nope. Okay, maybe not. Can I close this door as well? Yeah, I can close that door. Oh, it opens the other way. The door mechanic is someone
Stanley
who
was so
repairs
bad
things.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Just pretend it's Source. Look, this all looks like the Source engine. It's very saucy. Just going around clicking literally everything. This is a game where you click things. I will drink the Source engine. Warning, do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. It will cause death. Okay, so one of the things you can do is just jump off the cargo lift and die. Or I could just go on the cargo lift, go across, or go through that pathway over there. What should I do, everyone? Should I die? Should I just go over the lift and go to the other side? Or should I take that pathway over there? Got three different options, or at least 3 different options that I know of. If anybody else remembers anything else from the game and wants me to do it, I can do that as well. Okay. So I will go straight
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten
straight to the other side.
here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who is this mystery person?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Let me through this door. He's asking for Margaret Thatcher. Oh, I can't close this door. They forgot the door mechanics on this door.
That's her, Stanley. You
phone?
need to be the one to do this.
Okay, so
If you can truly place your faith in another,
if I recall correctly, I can pick up the phone or I can unplug the phone. So what do you want to do? You want to answer the phone or unplug it? I will unplug the phone.
as Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? It wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes...
No, I don't think that's what happens.
Roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Hello, narrator.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Oh, it's video time.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking to a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness.
Excellent.
Is it? Oh, you already moved on.
On a regular basis is the best part
Give me more time.
of the decision-making process.
I was going to tell my audience.
Professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed
Love it.
this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
The danger is everywhere. The game's taught me I'm not a real person. 8. 8! 8! Oh, there we go. I can close the door now. Oh no.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all.
What if I wanted to die?
Get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Good question. When does Gordon Freeman show up? I've been blocked from making any other choices here. No. Caution, do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Well, that's a lie. Hey! Can't even close that door.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Well, at least I'm back to the cold drinks now. Give me a cold one. Wait a minute, what is going on here? You walk straight up to the machine, and you ascend a little bit. Let me have my $1.25 cold drink. Okay, see you, Colour Dolphin. Thank you for stopping by. There's the raccoon. Okay, I'm glad that's still working. I guess I just didn't set it up for the welcome screen.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, everyone. Should I enter the door on the left, or should I just disobey the narrator again? The choice of 2 open doors. Go back to the cargo lift. Okay, back in the door on the right then.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly,
Dear.
hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Those are some numbers. Can't go back that way. Can I go back through again? Well then, guess that's impossible. Oh, this is beautiful.
I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you
Meeting
get out of
schedule
that?
here.
What did
Do
you
not
think
alter
was
about
so
consulting
special?
whiteboard manager.
Came undone, left here like so much garbage. It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my
Get Chris out of the broom closet!
How can I go back to that?
Chris, what are you doing in the broom closet?
Knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
That's a shame. Just enjoying the game.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
No, I'm not. 26 years old.
Story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have...
That a child to
a
you?
whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You've given me the illusion of choice again. Okay, go in the right door.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
I don't like that.
Up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley
Continuing this illusion of choice.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
We could continue to go into the door on the right. Well, I think if I recall correctly, it is just an infinite loop from now on. Oh look, the meeting room's all in one piece.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Bi-quarterly post-review review. We need less reviews. Four, 2, 4, 5. Want to get rid of the Deaf Sport portion in the primary review schedule, but I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts needed to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net, some sort of child trap. Gotta capture the teenagers. Space between the teenagers. I'm concerned for these teenagers. Throw something in the ideas bin. What does it say? 10 no more bins, trash cans, 20 renaming of the ideas bin, 30 firing of me. The ideas bin. These are some very interesting charts. I could learn from this. What do people want? Things! You know people want things. Money, more money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Stock market is somewhere here. Colored in segment stripes. What is hot? Profits. Profits, profits, and profits. I'm unique. Because I'm the raccoon. You don't see a raccoon in this chart. Number of slides in this slide. Slides, charts, charts, and slides. This is very informative. Rate at which charts the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increasing graphs per slide. Yep. Please, no more charts, please. I'm begging. Stop, 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 stop. Boss appreciation minutes. Circle the top 20 things you love about your boss. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in conflict with another diligent employee, like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, unless you're the kind of person who inflicts conflict, why did we hire you? Your dreams of the future. Clear skin, yeah. Clear skin would be nice. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, all day, with no exception of promotional recognition. Don't get fired. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out on passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header. And throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. And we are back in the loop. We got here. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global markets parade. Monetize free to play. Got some pictures there. Help! I'm a post-it! We got quarterly pie chart profits. I think I read that board already. Okay, let's move along. Broom closet. Can't access the broom closet. I'm banned from the broom closet. Okay. Now I got some.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
Can't go
upstairs
downstairs.
to his boss's office.
Okay. So now we're going up to the boss's office. There's a door here. Cannot open that door. What is on the desk here? The beige pages. Do love me some beige.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover
Thunder.
not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it
To
still
speak
work?
clearly into the
There was
receiver.
only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
The most
He
expensive
drew
boss.
a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I mean, considering this game does not have access to my microphone, it won't be recording my voice.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He
There's only one way to find out.
receiver right there on the wall.
Let's call back to Harry Hill there, Ronnie.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
No, I can't talk.
Hear me?
I already told you.
Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial...
Chippy chips. Chippy chippy chips.
Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to
Say Pepsi to the receiver.
why did
Okay.
you come here? You had a choice.
Pepsi.
You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done
Pepsi.
what the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way?
Pepsi.
Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Pepsi.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he...
Hey! Now I've gone through the ceiling.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening?
Hooray! We beat the game! All I had to do was go through the ceiling.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose
Stanley picks the wrong door and ends up in the middle of Pepsi Man.
anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. Needs it.
It's the ceiling ending.
You hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
You stand. The end is never. And here we are back to the start of the game again. Time to make some different choices, none of which will be valid at all.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to...
So room 420. I
Perhaps he
don't
had
think
simply
there is a room
remembered.
420. I can look for a room 420. Is it raining? I close this door? No. It's room 430 that you can try opening.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Oh, they kept the achievement. Okay.
Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give
I forgot about
away
this.
for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Are you ready to click the door?
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort
Hey, dragon.
for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly.
Oh, 50 clicks.
Clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
20 clicks is door number 417. Well, it's time to go on an adventure. It's door number 417. There it is.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Door 437.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415? Where was 415? Oh, there's door 420.
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Copy machine.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Wait, room 417? He said room 41.
Okay.
Okay,
now climb on employee
I've been referring to them as doors.
desk.
Employee 419's desk. Where was 419's desk? There it is. Come on, get up. You can do it. You can do it, Stanley. Come on.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's
Hi, Bug.
go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Click on 416. Also, bye, Bug. Wow, my memory is bad today. What was door 416? I think it was through here, wasn't it? There it is.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Copy machine. Oh yeah, while I'm at it.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yeah!
Yay! The big achievement.
Wow, that felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Okay. Now it's time to move on.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, what should we do? Left or right? I'm gonna continue to have a gander with this room while I wait for an answer. Okay, we're going daring with the left this time. Oh.
There was not a single person here either. Feeling awake,
Almost messed up that door.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Homestuck door. Ah, we have the broom closet. Let's do the broom closet ending.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I love the broom
There was
closet.
nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing it.
Have a rave in the broom closet.
If there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I'm not doing sweet FA. I'm rapidly clicking my mouse.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
That's a lie. Everything in this game is a lie.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you
get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite.
I hope your friends find this concerning.
It really was my favorite.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Pleasant.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like
I just fell asleep. I'm sleeping right now.
So as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species.
The person at this computer has caught COVID-19.
Instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I don't actually remember if there's anything else after this. I think that was the last bit of broom closet dialogue. Okay, moving on.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs.
Okay, we got another choice here. I can go upstairs or downstairs. And the choice that the narrator wants me to do is to go upstairs, but I could go downstairs. Okay, it's time to go down. Oh, it's pretty red down here. I cannot read what is on that paper. Is that... That looks like a picture of an owl. Yeah, there's a little picture of an owl on that sheet of paper.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his...
Okay, so we got the content warning here,
He might be fired.
which is interesting.
And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed...
So this scene contains
think he was crazy.
Suicide,
Something occurred.
if I recall correctly. So if anybody is sensitive to that,
Maybe I am crazy. All
might want to dip
workers
out.
blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go...
I'm just going to go around in circles.
Boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Good night.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal, I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
But are you?
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
The end.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Goodbye, Mariella. I don't really like that ending that much, mainly because of just the topic of suicide and existentialism, existentialism. Well, the thing is, this whole game itself is based on existentialism, but that one ending there really touches heavy on it. It's very dark humor, I'll say that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What's on the screen here? Oh, I just turned that computer off. New content! New content!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Okay, we're going into spoiler territory here. So if anyone hasn't played Ultra Deluxe, which I don't.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley
Like, if
Ultra Deluxe.
you're watching the VOD of this, I guess.
You may know the Stanley Parable was
We are now in spoiler territory.
2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
I love it. I love elevators.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Content, 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 content.
All right. All right, let's see it's...
New content, the jump circle. You can jump! Up innovation! Aw, I'm out of jumps. No more jumping. It actually does just lock you out of jumping once the time has gone out.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
They added the ability to jump! That's really exciting! It's the feature that everyone has wanted.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then
Really excited!
the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yeah.
Ooh,
I knew
it's
there
another
had to be something
room.
else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Gotta keep that box dry. Gotta keep that sofa dry. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid.
There it is.
Lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Ah, reset the game. Oh, hello. That's different. That's very different. What happens if I close the door here? Oh, you can't close the door here. Now I am being subjected to new content. Like good old times.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Okay, so... is that another... I'm gonna leave this to the chat. Again, so just anywhere where there are potential decisions, I'm gonna go ahead and leave it to the chat to decide. So we got a vent here and what looks like another path that goes up there. What do you want me to do? Let's go for the vent. coffee now. Jump on the... I can't jump on the lights. Oh. He did a fall. Ah.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Shiny.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
The Memory Zone. Don't mind me while I take in every single little detail of this area. I'm just gonna walk backwards, see if that actually does a thing. So it's gone black in there. Nope. Can't go backwards there. Ellie, we are in the Memory Zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of
Store page for the original
when
game.
the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
It's like a museum. The sticker over the BAFTA. Ah, 2013 when the Stanley Parable was released. That's... 8... That's not the time. That time is incorrect. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. What is going on there? The Memory Zone temp. Just some miscellaneous imagery going on. 2013. How 2013 was a time. What's going on here? What is this? What was this? What's going on in this screenshot? What is this sidebar? This is an old picture of Firefox, but they also just have this clicks toolbar going on the side. Okay, I think that's everything. The greatest wealth is memory. Smile because it happened. The Stanley Parable Alpha Test. Trip down memory lane. Stanley Parable soundtrack. I wish I had a physical copy of the Stanley Parable soundtrack. It's just a $1 note in there. The Stanley Parable demonstration. Remember the demo for the Stanley Parable? The go outside achievement. Or the unachievable achievement. Beta. The BAFTA. Development Team nominee, British Academy Awards, Stanley Parable Game Innovation. British Academy Games Awards, 12th of March 2014. Although these BAFTA certificates... I wonder if this raccoon will have a BAFTA someday. Not that I need a BAFTA, I just... it's just something to say like, oh, I had a BAFTA for being a raccoon. The Raccoon BAFTA. Best raccoon. New York Times, new video game releasing today. Is it 50% to sign a hat? But a small creature owns the other half. Something to sit on top of. Sit on top of the loo for people when they come around. Yeah. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. That's the LA Times. And there's a picture of Stanley dead. What a memory. What's going on here? In loving memory, little Stanley. Aww. Is that like a little... Is that a little guinea pig? Oh, there's a piano.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, seul sur l'abri de l'eau, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour. C'est là, dans la mémorisation, où je me remémore les jours.
I'm just gonna leave this song playing because I don't know whether it's gonna like stop if I move on to the next bit.
Mais ici, c'est aussi où je me souviens de la sortie de Stanley Parable.
It's a French Stanley Parable song.
C'était en 2013, un très bon jeu vidéo. 2 mois après, les journaux, mon amour. Rien de plus nostalgique que les prix
If only I could understand these lyrics.
reçus à l'IGF, mon amour.
I really should. I really should use Duolingo. I've been considering it for a while now.
Horizon se rassemble les deux fantômes de Stanley Parable.
Hey Shark!
Nous sommes dans la mémorisation.
I can't tell if this is looping or not.
Ne me force pas à choisir.
If I could understand French, then maybe I would know if the song was looping, because I'd be able to recognize if the lyrics are changing.
Version d'hier. La nouvelle fera-t-elle
Hey Shark, you're French. Could you say what this woman is singing?
Voilà pourquoi maintenant j'erre dans la mémorisation.
Oh, the song finished. I could have had Shark translate the song for me. I mean, did you get any of the words that she was just singing when you joined? It's a bit hard to figure out the heavy accent. Hang on, I wonder if I could start the song again, or if it's just if that's it. Okay, we're gonna have to try and figure out the lyrics for that later. Something about being stuck in the same horizon. If I were to make the assumption, I'm guessing the lyrics are just very heavy meta to how Stanley is stuck or something.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes,
James Stephanie Sterling.
where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley?
That's not James Stephanie Sterling's voice.
How grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Hour of new elevator content, you say? I like this room. This is a very nice room. Remember when Persona 3 was relevant? What does that say? The tasteful nostalgic. It was good. Let's begin again. Oh, the Minecraft area. And the portal area as well. Oh, you, Mandrake, you just missed James Stephanie Sterling's review. It's the buttons. Person of the Year, Stanley. Yeah, Sterling's review was in this room that I just walked out of. No, they're using Unity for this. The Steam buttons. I'm just taking all of this in at the moment. The original remake. Stairs going... It's down here. Memory zone maintenance. Can't go in there. There's the game running on Mac, celebrating the release of it on Mac. For Scott K. I haven't gone through the route that has the baby game yet, but we will find out if the baby game is still here. There's the collector's edition. Oh, that's a shame. Got a lot of BT. The greatest wealth is memory. Bike. Oh, I remember that. That's from one of the original trailers for what do they call the? It's for the original remake.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one
Repeating
that
carpet
offers some of the
textures.
most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game.
Source
9 out of
SDK.
10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game
Genuine
was
software.
perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I will have the repeating carpets. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything! There appears to be... There's the serious room! And it's... You cannot access the serious room. That's interesting. I cannot jump over the boxes. I want to go into the serious room. There must be a way to get to the serious room in this version of the game. Oh, there's the GameSpot interview. Not the GameSpot review. For a moment there, I thought that was Giant Bomb, but yeah. I'm not gonna sit and read through this review. Unless like they've made a funny edit to it or something. It is just a review of the game.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Ah! Anyone fancy a cold drink? Still plenty of time to have some cold drinks. I'm feeling a little bit better. My throat is still kind of rough at the moment, so I am muting my microphone a few times, just so I can let some coughs out. A Bebsy Max Cherry. Oh. Where are we now?
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Sure,
Steam reviews.
as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue
Buglivia.
more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Ah!
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
It should just be an outhouse. I did notice the game has covered the front page of Steam today, which is really cool to see. So if you load up Steam today, the first thing you'll see is a promotion for the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Loving this soundscape. Buglivia's made their last mistake. I wonder if... How do you search for accounts on Steam? I don't remember. I just... Where is it? Steam community. I wonder if Buglivia is an actual account. Hang on, I have caps lock on. Buglivia. Is this person Buglivia? They have Stanley Parable in their achievements. Nine pages of reviews from Steam going on here. Let's find the Stanley Parable. They must have reviewed it. This must be the same person. There it is. Good! Good! They reviewed it and put good! Oh my word! Amazing. Hold on, can I award this review? I'm gonna give them a jester. Amazing. They now have the jester.
Okay, let's...
Oh, there's more people here.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm...
It's Noodle's chaff.
This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to.
Search for this person as well.
Otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Wait.
I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Jim. Eight reviews. And I can only see one of them. So I guess this review has been taken back. People are already posting on my profile. Hang on. Are they really? Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe signed by Speedfire TR. You're famous. Why the bad review? This person's gonna be having a field day today. I'm just gonna post Raccoon on their profile just with no context. There we go. Leave that as it is. For Raccoon for your soon-to-be busy day. Oh, we got another one here.
What's this one got to say?
Cookie 9.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch
That one might not be as easy to find.
explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Gonna have a quick look for Cookie 9. Okay, there's quite a few here. Is it this first person? So there's people commenting about Ultra Deluxe on this person's profile who probably is not the same person. Yeah, they're not even... Their reviews aren't even English. There aren't any accounts here that just go by Cookie 9. I don't... And it's Cookie 9 fan. I'll have a notification. One new comment. Comment on Jim's pro... Okay, is Steam gonna notify me about every time someone comments on this person's page now? Oh my word. I don't think I like this person's profile background. Yeah, people are going to be commenting on all of these people who are called Cookie 9. Wait, I have one for... Who is this? It can't be this person. They are a furry though. And that one is private. Okay, I'm not gonna look at any more of these. Wait, hold on. It said I was searching for... I might have had a typo, actually. Let's try that again. It said I was searching for Cookie 9.0. Yeah, there's more people appearing now. Love how the negative review on the original now are bring back Guy Fieri. Yeah, I don't think it's any of these people. Is it 9 cookies 9? Nope, just empty. Okay, moving on. I don't want to press that button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable...
I don't want to skip. I like listening to the
And if
narrator.
the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once...
You do know I'm going to be listening to all of this, right?
Blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before...
The clock is ticking.
It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until...
Is this looping?
We all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245.
This is the third loop.
Logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction...
I don't know if I want to continue listening to this loop, or
on for nearly
just moving on.
years, until just yesterday.
I am patient enough to do 4 hours of the baby game, but...
Can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many...
The thing about this is that I don't know if there is genuinely anything hidden if I wait long enough.
Or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, blah...
So the baby game is the thing that was in the original Stanley Parable.
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no.
Okay, when just for reference, when I refer to the original Stanley Parable, I mean like the
deduction there...
the re-release of the remake of the source mod.
Nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's
But yeah,
the only thing there is. How many...
the Stanley Parable, the second Stanley Parable,
which is why
had a segment called the baby game, in which you just press a button to stop a baby from dying just for 4 hours.
so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once...
Okay, I'm just gonna press the button.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens...
Oh, the clock is definitely changing.
Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other. In which case, the word I am not sick of...
Yeah, the clock did change because it was not pointing at that time before.
Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise,
Manifesto.
Treatise,
Manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise,
Treatise.
manifesto.
Manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise,
Treatise. Manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
Are you gonna keep repeating yourself?
Treatise, manifesto.
The subtitles did momentarily disappear and reappear, which does make me wonder if that's where the audio just loops.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Dental plan.
Treatise,
Lisa needs
manifesto.
braces. Dental plan.
Manifesto.
Lisa needs braces.
Treatise,
Dental plan.
manifesto.
Lisa needs braces. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces.
Manifesto.
Dental plan.
Treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely...
No one knows how Steam works because Steam doesn't work.
Okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved
From the.
game properties of all time.
This isn't even the source engine. I don't know why he said from the twice.
Resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before.
Yeah, he said from the
To be
twice.
taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, There is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful.
Oh no.
I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of rises the feeling.
Is that a bug?
of beauty. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of
I think that might be a bug.
video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has its
Gotta tell Stanley.
offering a message of hope to those
Harry, considering we heard that twice, I'm going to assume that this is on loop now.
beyond redemption. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's
Oh, the doors disappeared.
so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door.
Landed in the back
We need a
rooms.
door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way.
Does this count as slamming?
Just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Well, now I'm very tempted to press the skip button. He's not gonna come back, is he? It's gonna push me to press the skip button. I think you should set a time limit. Watch us if I. Yeah, let's give this a couple of minutes. All the time in the world here. The teacher doesn't appear in 15 minutes, we get to press the skip button. Wonderful idea. Let's play some Uno. You know, I could very easily just open the Steam overlay and just load up anything I want in here while we wait. Like, hey, is this play the waiting game? No, don't show me that, Google. Play Uno online. Yeah, we got the Ronaldinho.
Ronaldinho success! That's
Crazy
number one.
games. Crazy games. Crazy games. Uno. No, I don't want this. I don't want advanced science diet. I don't want advanced science diet. Leave me alone, I just want to play Uno. Uno, single player. I'm gonna win this game of Uno. Eight. Delicious dog biscuits. One. Oh no, I can't play. How do I pick up a card? There we go. Still can't play. Three. Yeah, we going green now. Oh. This will be the most intense game of Uno. Can't even play any of these cards. Zero? Since when has Uno had a zero? Legally distinct Uno. Oh shit, no. Oh. I could have played that. Bruno. No, we don't talk about him. Wow, this Uno game is really dragging on. Remember to click the 1 button. What does the 1 button do? Oh, is that how you say Uno? I can't go there. Sure is going well. Ooh. Oh, blue. Green, green, green. No! Yes, now I can go green. Skip your turn. Skip your turn. Uno. Winner! That was a very tight game. I'm not gonna play more Uno. We need to get back to Stanley Parable.
That's number one.
That's number one indeed.
Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner
Skip the wall.
no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of
I can see all the parts of the walls that are mirrored. Yeah, we got
petulant as a
one
child,
bit there,
wild and impulsive. I can't
bit there.
help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter
wait,
and to
no.
change and to break anything
Okay, yeah, that is actually directly a mirror on the
This
wall.
one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose
Okay, there's one. Yeah, there's one there.
I am now stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button.
Apply a repeatable carpet to it.
Frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no
Okay,
idea
okay,
who
let's
they
move
are.
on. Let's move on.
Oh, Stanley,
Yeah.
you're back.
Yeah, that's a very obvious loop.
Goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all
it's
that
dark.
time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always?
Oh, is the plant dying?
Like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't.
I couldn't do anything
It
with
isn't
the
same at
plant.
all. It
I
isn't
could have
the
saved the
case,
plant, but
because
where would I get the
know
water
you
for that?
can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every brunching...
Shark, has Stanley even been
Burn my
drinking
story
any
to the
water? That's what
ground.
I want to know.
One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that
Speaking of which,
someone
I
else
should probably
is
hydrate.
taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along?
I've hydrated.
Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about
Narrator
it
needs to
all.
find a hobby.
I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it. To think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together.
I thought the narrator's hobby
Just a
was
moment. Let us
narrating.
anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Well, considering how the rest of this area has been, I don't think there's going to be any more of a way around, so let's just move on.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about
Aunt
you
is
and
dead
about
now.
us
It's
and about
completely dead.
everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being.
Hold on, is this the Stanley Parable multiverse?
Spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do. that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Oh no. The button's broken now. Oh. Okay. It's a little ominous. Still can't break through the wall though. Kind of feel like I'm in the serious room at the moment. This is very much giving me serious room vibes. A bit more. Wall is still made of wall. What should you do? How about we do today's Wordle? Oh, light mode. I haven't even loaded Wordle in the Steam browser. House. Well, it's not house. Let's see. First word I entered into Wordle was Pepsi. No, I don't. I just choose a random word in my head. Okay, I'll try shock. Oh, that's very close. That's very, very close. Is it short? It is not short. It's not short. Short is not a valid word. Jorts. Shown. Yay! We got the Wordle! And the narrator is not back yet, so I'm just gonna press the button again. Oh. The alarm is beeping. And the clock has fallen off the wall. Got Wordle narrator. Not entirely sure I can deal with this beeping. Yeah, can I replace the battery? Can you let me replace the battery, please? But at least I can walk away from it so it goes quieter. Just sit in this corner here. Throw the clock at it. I would if this game had physics. Can't do anything with the ladder. Well, I guess we're pressing the button again.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be
He's
funny.
still going.
Point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. they had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are...
Hey, narrator, you need to move on.
There were no
You need to
for a
move
lack of
on.
cohesion in one's assessment of
It's
others.
just a negative review on
Absolutely
Steam.
anyone can
They don't
read
mean
them.
anything.
So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh,
They're not
there should be
professional.
a skip
Steam
button.
reviews
You
are
should
not
be able to
written by
freeze Stanley in
professionals.
place, while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful
It's doing it again. It's doing the ominous thing.
The end is never the end, is never...
Oh, here we go.
Is never the end, 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 is never the end.
It's the same room. I don't think anything would have changed behind the wall.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
It sounds like water.
End is never the end. end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the
It's the
end,
words.
is never the end, 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 is never the end.
In the corner there were water
Is
sounds.
never the end, is 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 never the
Is the room gonna flood?
the end, is never the
Yeah, there's. I can hear water.
end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Good call.
The end.
There is dripping water here.
Is never the end, 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 is never
To finally water the plant.
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never.
So is this? Are we enjoying this soundscape that we have going on here?
Never the end, is 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 never the end.
It is really sloshing now. I think the room is probably going to flood. Well, have we been taught already by this room? I don't think waiting around is going to do anything here. Oh! Oh, oh, oh. Well, now the room is just falling apart. Finally, Portal 3! Investigate room. Yeah, the plant has been crushed. I cannot climb wall. The ladder's fallen over as well. And I do not have a flashlight. Ah, daylight! Finally, some vitamin D. Been deficient of vitamin D for years. You can hear some flies as well. Still can't climb the wall. Whoa. Soul room was a metaphor for COVID lockdown. True, very true. I like the music. Yeah, Return of the Plant. Finally returning to nature. Nature is here. Oh, nature's gone. Someone dumped dirt on nature. Where did the nature go? Hey, Raccoon! Nature went to the grocery store. Still can't climb the wall. Yeah, what makes that noise? Is it like some kind of creature? Creature in the darkness? Yeah, it's the sound of nature. Exactly. Oh, the camera's going way. Hey. Oh, no more button. I think that's how the room was shaped before. It is a little bit different. But at least there's an exit now. What in the world? I don't like it out here. I'm gonna go back in the room. Say this is both Journey and Mad Max. Okay. Oh, whoa. Didn't even give me an opportunity to explore. I could have gone for a little walk. And now we're back to the start. Well then. I think it is time for me to take a break, because I am hungry. I need food, and that ending went on for quite a long time. New content again. Yeah, I ain't gonna be right back. I will be back probably in about a quarter of an hour. So, see you all soon. Hello again. Let's get going.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of
Turn the
something?
volume down.
He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Yeah, shall I go straight back through the new content door? And see if there's any more new content? Oh, wow. New content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Ooh.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable.
Hello,
How
Carrefour.
roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take
Oh, this elevator's going fast.
step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable.
Stanley Parable 2. So this is a sequel. We are now in the Stanley Parable 2.
Measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Peggle 2! Testing 2 printers at the same time. The Investor Showcase. Oh, they're doing it for the investors.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right.
Taste the sequel.
Future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation.
New and tasty.
And
Wait, no, didn't Oddworld take that name? They're doing the Oddworld thing. RaccoonViolet 2. The sequel to RaccoonViolet. I've already forgotten what the beverages were called. What's going on here? Offpaintingk.tga. Thank you for the follow, Nikolak. Okay. So rather than having the paintings on the walls in framed pictures, they've just stuck Windows Photo Viewer on just some monitors. And also just a bunch of empty... Wait. Okay, I was going to say, I thought I saw something that was like an exclamation mark and a question mark on there. Hold on, yeah, there's a how... There is some stuff on these post-it notes, just very faint. If that's loss, it's a very abstract loss. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I. Lost, but it has lost the loss. Loss squared. That is some text. That's a weird Tetris piece. It's a Crowbook. Sequel ideas. Hold on, I need to like sit closer to the monitor to be able to read this. Stanley can throw axes. Stanley gets boons for... I cannot read this. Artistic... Artistic first mate wife scene. Free room mode. Free roam mode. Dress up mode. Proper gameplay. Nude Stanley. New York City jetpack. And fuel canisters. Wait, does it say intimate? It does say intimate. I'll be very impressed if anybody can actually properly read that through the stream, because I'm struggling even with the game right in front of me. Wait, is there not a... Is there not a zoom button? The game needs a zoom button so I can zoom the camera into things. There seems to be some concept art. Again, I wish I could move the camera closer so I could actually see these things properly. One, more TSP. 2, better TSP. Win-win. Sequential mindshare. 2, paradigm shift synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelope client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage. Holistic value. 1, 2. Every pause button is Roman numeral 2. That is true. 1 plus 1 is minus 2. 1 plus 1 is 2 minus 1 is. Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. New content is out. New content. Part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Boring section of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. And they're back. The 2 doors. They return. And a new mug. Concept art. It's just a circle. And I guess that's a laptop hooked up to a projector. Hey, it's Dom. Hello, Dom. Dom doing a Google Drive presentation. So the carpet from The Shining. I am not familiar with The Shining. But it has the Roman numeral 2 all over it. Thanks for attending my meeting. Oh, 2 Stanleys. Love it.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Meeting plan. 9 o'clock scrum, 10 o'clock design pitch, 11:30 break, 11:35 pitch design, 12:02 number 2 chart. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Who took the red marker? Me. I can't see what's on the sheets of paper. I want to zoom the camera in, please. What's that noise? I'm just really pressing my head close to the monitor to be able to try and read what are on these sheets of paper. The computer says eat because that is another game by Crows. As a ROM hacker, I first-hand know that working on games isn't just magic. It feels magical when you get everything working. Maybe you need to eat... I cannot eat the laptop. Oh! Oh, shit! Yeah! They put their game within the game! So Eat... Yeah, Eat is an actual game that was made by Crows. And it's pretty much this. Nothing else to it. Crab, the ultimate sequel. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Meeting at 2 p.m. The prequel to Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable. Dark Souls 2 is good. You are the sequel. RaccoonViolet 2! Okay, valued investors, this way to the show floor. New features. New content. Can I get on the content bus? I would like to go on the content bus. Content bus. Please let me go on the content bus. It's Expo Hall 2.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Oh no, there's a QR code. Hang on, I'm gonna scan that quickly. Where did this go? Capture... Tools... QR code... Scan. It goes to StanleyParable2.com. Actually, let me load this up in the Steam overlay. There we go. Stanley Parable 2. A sequel, huh? Watch our helpful, informative video to learn about the Stanley Parable and what the journey of becoming a sequel is all about. Let's watch this. Come on. I have to load it up on YouTube. Play. Okay, this is not working. Steam overlay. Quality. Okay, I'm just gonna load it up in Firefox.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch, and critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This even-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention. And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Huh, here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Yeah, we must defeat the Time Draculas. That's new. If you're more a prequels sort of person, check out The Stanley Parable. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the exhibit. It's a privacy policy. Oh, is it literally just the crow's privacy policy? Do any of these links do anything? Okay, that just goes to the Stanley Parable website. Okay, back to the game. Just close that. Give me some of that sweet, sweet merchandise. Stanley Parable reassurance bucket. Exclusive, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Here, your name in the game. There we go, there's the classic vending machine. Cold drinks. I don't want to go through there just yet. What's going on here? There's a lot of stuff in here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go in this room.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Settings World Champion. Some typefaces. Settings World Champion. Does this door unlock if I mess about with the settings? Just turn everything right up. There is an achievement for changing the settings, I think. Yeah, set all the settings sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. So all the settings that have numbers, I guess.
Story of a man.
I don't see any achievement. Try 8. Can you use arrows to adjust the sliders? You can. Okay. You can use the arrows as well. those. So if I turn that up again.
Named Stan. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley.
I'm not seeing any achievement. No. Set all setting sliders in the menu to all the available. It could be referring to a different menu. Like, there might be a menu somewhere in the game at some point. Considering that this is a door. It was worth a shot anyway. Please, no screenshots. Oh, we're in the no screenshot zone. So I'm gonna get banned from Twitch.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Oh, happy 12th birthday, step-niece. You are now 12. Congratulations. Another year has passed. Oh, now all the screenshots have the balloons in them.
Maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay. Have they actually done it? Have the mad lads done it? Is it gonna say Violet?
Jim,
No, that's not my name.
Fine. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
No, I don't want to be
want
called
you to
Jim.
Imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as
Raccoon Jim it
all
is.
the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
At least Jim is pretty much a gender-neutral name, so...
Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No!
Otherwise,
No!
you'll start to lose all sense of who you are.
No! My Jim privilege has been taken away from me. I don't like this game anymore. I'm gonna give it a thumbs down.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
The baby is all grown up. Oh, look at him. Wait. That's coming from the game. You little shits. I have my actual phone right here. Like I could hold this right next to the microphone and have the interference come through. Look at what panel? Oh, the button that says Jim. Oh, the button that says Jim! You heard Jim in the game! I guess it's this screenshot here that's emitting the phone noise. The new updated ray trace, more of the same, in a good way, sequel to the... What if you take a screenshot? Good question. Well, that did nothing. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Yeah, I now have an illegal screenshot in my Steam library. Infinite Jest, David Foster Wallace. Did you go in the hole yet? Where was the hole? Oh, there is something up here. There's stuff all over the place.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical. that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley,
Where's the bucket?
when you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly
Oh, there's the
and
bucket.
perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Bucket time. Ah, cool. I don't have to laugh anymore.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Board members, please note that you must use the following terms often as possible. Synergy, sensitive. I cannot read any of this.
You can zoom in by lowering the FOV. Good point. Where was the FOV? It was in here, wasn't it? Put the FOV right in. Oh, that is much better.
Yeah, synergy. No one but us actually knows what this means. It adds to our prestige. Incentivize. This refers to the metaphorical whip, which provides the incentive. Unpack refers to looking for meaning in a big pile of rubbish. Ping. Send a message. Childlike onomatopoeia, which probably makes us sound cute. Deep dive. Discuss in depth makes a tedious meeting sound more of an undersea adventure. Good for motivation. Reach out. We do not call, we do not email, we reach out. No one can complain if we are simply reaching out, like a friend, like a lover.
I guess I could just leave the FOV turned all the way down, because it does actually allow me to see the smaller things a lot better. Besides this sheet of paper, which is near impossible to read. Was the hole through? Where was the... Also, I guess I'm just walking around with this bucket now. Okay, the infinite hole is through here. It's Stanley, look at him. Expo Hall 2 guide, jump circle. This map, free achievement. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game, merch, settings while champion, Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket, office decorations, epilogue collectibles, and infinite hole in the exit. Yeah, the jump circle was the first bit of new content. Right, don't want to go to the exit just yet. Let's have a look at this free, new and easy achievement. Actually, I'm going to turn the FOV back up because it's kind of throwing me off a bit. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Ah.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. The achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I need my achievement. I need my achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Yeah, it's time to go to the hole. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all. Like what? Is this the hole? I don't know what this is. I'm just going in.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2,
Oh
you'll
shit,
run around
it's a collectathon.
these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Amazing. Now I can't go back in.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely.
Can I collect the big one?
Tragic.
I can't collect the big one. Okay, before we go into the hole, there is a room here as well. Oh wait, no, I've been in that room. That's the exit for the no screenshots room. Okay, let's take this graph in. This is essential information that we need before going into the hole. We on board yet? Remember, it's educational use. The holy moly, how deep can we dig?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Into the hole!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No. I'm just gonna keep falling.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Oh.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Somebody's been smoking.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Well, you know. Yeah, I could just wait in this hole. You know, it's pretty comfy down here. I like holes. Just gonna have a sit. I'm here with me bucket. I don't think the hole is Broom Closet 2, otherwise we would have had more dialogue from the narrator by now. Yeah, it's my little hidey hole. It's the raccoon hole. Okay, I guess I'm going back.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Right as you say.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shape of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
I just pressed G.
You sure? Well, I mean,
It's not doing
I
anything.
don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
It's still not doing anything.
Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I am one with the hole. This is fine. What was that? Yeah, it's just to turn the hole into a ball pit. Something is going on. Oh, it's going down. Change your perspective. Oh shit. Well, the game has just turned into a demo scene now. This is just a tunnel from a demo. Change your perception. Hot jams! So what changing reality does. Oh. Shaders! Change yourself. I love this.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Oh,
Good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
I was enjoying that.
Into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley. Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every...
Take me back. I want to go back.
It's a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Take me back. I want to go back to the art hole. What? Oh.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
No, I want to go back to the hole. Please. I'm going back to the hole. Yeah, I still have the bucket, but I'm going back to the hole. I want to see if there was more Stanleys. Because I don't think we saw it. No! You closed the door! You closed the door! I can't go back to the hole. That's a good question. Can I collect another figure? Guess not. For exhibits are there? Is there anything that I have missed? Oh, there's the jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Oh, I didn't know the jump circle was going to make a return. So hold on, I'm just going to reactivate the capture card because it seems to be having frame rate issues. That seems to be better. I think we've seen everything here. So there's something else that I have missed. I want to make sure I've seen everything. Oh, hey Rachel. How you doing? I was so excited for the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe that I decided to come online and stream it. You know what? I'm just gonna go to the exit. I don't think there is any more new content here. You're in for a treat if you've not played the original Stanley Parable. And also, I highly recommend like not watching this stream if you want to do it spoiler free, because I am very much in heavy spoiler territory at the moment. But if you do plan on playing it, then the best way to play it is not knowing anything about it before going into it. It's one of those kind of games, really, sorry to say.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yeah, lovely to see you, Rachel. Thank you for stopping by. There's something... I think there might be something written up there. Or is that just reflections? Yeah, why didn't the settings jump door work? Like, is there something I've missed? I could head back towards the settings champ door to see if it's actually opened. Where was the settings champ door? Not open. Ah, hydrates. Yes. I do need to be drinking some more. Hi, Bug. Have more of a drinky drink. Maybe settings champ will have a thing later. Please, no screenshots. Don't mind if I do. Possibly.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come.
That's another hole.
One single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Amazing. There's 2 collectibles down there.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply...
Oh, hello.
Well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Ooh. Hello. Is there more settings in here now? I think this is just the same settings menu. Check if there's advanced video settings. No. I mean, let's see.
This is the story of a...
I have no idea. Credits there before? I mean, we already did see the credits because they played through during the ending that I hit earlier, where I went through the ceiling. I'm gonna go for this anyway, just to see if there are any differences. It's a lot of Kevin MacLeod music. Oh hey, it's me! I'm in the credits! I didn't think they put the Discord mods in the credits. That's lovely. And you! It's me twice! That's really good to see. Thank you so much, Crows. This has been a delight. Yeah, that's me. I'm one of the community moderators in the Crows Discord.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company
They put the balloons in.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Stanley Parable 2.
Never changed Stanley.
Here we go.
He would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times.
Oh, I've already done that achievement. Already done that achievement.
No. I can't just...
Oh, the bucket's back.
So Stanley picked up the bucket.
It's bucket time. The feel-good bucket. I like this bucket. It's my bucket. Do they still have new content? We'll have to find out.
Clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, chat. We got an important decision to make here. This is now the Stanley Parable 2. Which door are we going to take? Okay, we're taking the right door.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Bucket!
The employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
That looks different. Oh wait, no, I'm just seeing it weirdly. Okay. We haven't actually done this route in this playthrough yet, but I'm gonna leave the chats to make their mind up. Should I go through the door on the left, or should I go back this way? So straight ahead. Of course, I could play with the door for a bit. The door is still functional. You do the correct route, but bucket. Make your mind up. Is that a suggestion to not do the correct route? Alright, we'll continue to play with this door. No, I mean the correct route. Okay. Yeah, I'll do the correct route then.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
So when you mean correct route, do you mean going down this elevator here, or just going back to the way, like the loop round? Should I go down this elevator? Well, make your mind up, because I have decisions to make. So many decisions. If I don't get a decision, I'll just make my own choice. I just thought it would be fun to have some audience participation in this stream. What would the bucket do? I could ask the bucket. Hey bucket, what would you do? Well, the bucket's not saying anything. I'm gonna go straight ahead. And of course this door is closed now.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Let's go in the broom closet with the bucket!
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Bucket. I know we've had a good time together.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle
Hey,
this
you're interrupting me.
once and for all. Here we go. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see,
Bucket!
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay, bye, narrator. Yeah, but was the bucket really a true friend? I was trying to dispose of this bucket, And the narrator seems to have just forced the bucket to be my property now, so I don't really have much of a choice here. This is a forced friendship. I don't think this friendship was made to last. A bucket and wife. Can't even dispose of the bucket. Weighted companion bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I wonder if this ending will be any more interesting now that I have the bucket.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting
Yeah, this is...
his post during work hours.
No, this isn't the one where the story breaks. This is the one where
Such a competitive.
Stanley...
Why had he taken that risk?
Stanley goes
He
insane
believed everyone had.
and then falls, collapses on the street, and then Mariella comes in.
Something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am
Yes!
I crazy? He asked the bucket.
Bucket dialogue.
Returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. I end up with someone else's bucket. This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from...
Oh no, the bucket's gone!
What sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
Oh,
None
there's a
of
bucket.
them were his. None of them were...
Oh, there's multiple buckets. There's buckets everywhere.
To me, Stanley, find me.
The room's filling with buckets.
He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh, shit.
Incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
That's one way to go about it. You go, girl. That was really good. I'm gonna hold the bucket close to me.
Out like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time
Hold on,
before he
can
found the
I-
others, wherever they were.
What happens?
Stanley
What happens
the
if
bucket.
I... Oh, the bucket still has the stickers on it!
Comfort rushed over him.
Okay, what happens if I do this ending while holding the bucket?
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it.
Oh dear.
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket.
The bucket
power.
can
I'm
bleed?
speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
How dare you? I'm gonna go pick up the bucket again.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, I'm gonna go through the routes that we've already done at the start of the game
No,
with the bucket.
Bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need
Oh
you to
shit,
do.
there's a collectible over there.
He did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley
What?
again obeyed blindly.
The narrator pretending to be the bucket so Stanley can follow what the bucket is saying.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Yeah, I'm gonna do exactly what I did at the start.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Oh, it's a new instructional video.
Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half. Pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the
I'm dunny with the funny."
Screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny now."
I'm dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Maybe you can get the collectible in the room now? Okay, the collectible's not there anymore.
I can feel it.
I'm guessing you can probably get to the collectible by jumping off the conveyor belt.
You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I continue to disobey.
What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault.
Still unplugged.
I've forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the...
It's already unplugged.
What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
No. Not going on the left.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Okay, wait.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Is it just the same every time now?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Okay, I guess I have to go left.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Oh.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so mental, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Okay. Yeah.
How
The
long
boss's
was I
office
sitting
with the
there?
bucket.
Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
So which route did we take before for the
With
boss's
bucket in his
office?
arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out...
Carrefour Valiant Volty, thank you for the raid.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Going for the collectible. I could go for the collectible.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room.
Look, there's a little ramp here.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Go down here.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure.
Hey, welcome back.
Well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Well, now what? I'll go through this vent. Some art on the floor. I'm so confused. Oh, there's some clip art. Beware the referee of pain. And I can't read that. What is all this? Narrator dialogue? There's a lot of narrator dialogue. Ooh.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time.
This is bucket dialogue, so
no matter how
I bet if I come back here without the bucket, it will say something different.
Same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, cool.
There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so...
That's a cute little uwu.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Well, that was a haunted tape.
All of his co-workers were gone.
How about I go there without the bucket?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, so the collectible is gone.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Oh.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, so boss's office with the bucket.
And smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley.
I'm just trying to remember what we did to get to the specific boss's office ending that we were at before.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Did we actually go through the left door? I'm trying to remember now. My memory is not working tonight. Did we, like, when we went to the boss's office before, did we even go through the right door at all?
All of his co-workers were gone.
That's the bucket. I don't think the bucket has
Go
answers.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Yeah, please do. It's the boss's office that had the voice activation on it. Right, then take the left door back.
Tightly to his this was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh, hello, this is new. we need more planks. It's the warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Yeah, the bucket is a VTuber. Look, it's continuously in the corner of the screen. So the bucket is 100% a VTuber. Fun kind of game. Let's make a point to this. Mission status inside a sequel exhibit. Large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs, somewhere both red and blue, nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. 5, there must be... just take from me, gotta collect them all. There will be a reward for finding them all. Am I being lied to? Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless. Weird spinning figurines. Employee 421 building a bridge. NDA. Gotta love those NDAs. What we know, small floating office objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There are no memo from management. Agenda, how can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Figures are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? Thank you. Good luck. Bottom text. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the freak up! To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office. To our regular office ambiances, our local studio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allows me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be a reverberance of a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Where are they? Yeah, the humans are the real collectibles. Well, let's move along. Why is the... I guess we're going back to the broom closet.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Oh. I want you to put more stickers on the bucket. Okay, so we went up.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's.
In fact, wasn't the... Yeah, wasn't the downstairs, the route to go downstairs closed when I was forced to go up to the boss's office before? I think I missed something. Well, the executive bathroom is open at least.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know,
There really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Don't like that. Don't shoot the panda. Wait a second. I'm just going all over the place now. And we are still at the boss's office. How about we try going up? Oh. I guess it's just an impossible elevator.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed.
Yeah, this is not the voice activation ending.
He shared with the bucket that
I don't remember how we got to the voice activation ending now.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumb.
Oh, there we go. Now it's done it.
Put anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Eight.
2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Quick hydration.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
Ah, right, okay.
Everything will be fine.
Yeah, so I guess you can't do that ending with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this one to you, chat. Should I take the escape route, or should I go into the mind control facility? We get brand new bucket dialogue for this. Okay, let's go for the mind control facility then.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
And moving along. I think all of this is the same as it was in the original.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Can I not go back through? I missed the secret bit, didn't I? I think I had to go backwards from that platform. Hey Java-chan, thank you for the follow.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own
Unless the secrets thing isn't
control
with the bucket.
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Oh, it's been really good so far.
Here was the proof. The heart of the
I'm very much enjoying it.
controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
My pal, the bucket. We're in this together. Five. I don't think I... Have they added buttons to this area? I honestly don't remember the original game enough to know what they've actually added or not. I don't remember the number buttons. Yeah, the bucket has just doubled the length of the game.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the control. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Seagulls!
Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Bird buttons.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Yes, I like this.
Those were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Yeah, owls.
Had the bucket known this all?
Excellent creatures.
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And
yeah, I agree. I like birds. Birds are very good friends.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Pick up the bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I haven't done... what I did one or two of the original endings when I opened the game up at the start, but then the new content door happened and I went through that, and now new content. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the mind control facility.
The meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go down here with the bucket.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh, this is new.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're...
The baby.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I'm not sure about... Can you get wife the bucket? I don't think I can do anything with wife. I don't trust this Adventure Line. I'm going in the broom closet. Well, that's disappointing.
look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yes! Bring back the music. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-ba.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Not the bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a
I
brand...
don't want to get rid of the bucket.
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
You meanie.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely...
Can I turn the Bucket Destroyer off?
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No, I want to turn it off.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quick!
I'm not gonna crush the bucket.
Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
The fans don't want the bucket destroyed.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Well, you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to go back to the ending and destroy the bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Sorry, bucket.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Why can't I... Go on.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows.
Is it just not possible to destroy the bucket?
Personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's...
That's what I'm doing.
10 personality...
It just does a little animation and nothing happens.
Say that about the Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it.
Yeah, it's...
Give the fans what they...
Just not possible to destroy the bucket, I guess.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well.
Right, I'm gonna go ahead and do something that has been a sheer curiosity to me to see if this content is still intact. I'm gonna do...
When Stanley
I'm gonna do the video game ending.
Open door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I mean, it's definitely going to be different, considering that I have triggered the Stanley Parable 2.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Yeah, no buckets past this point. I want to see this ending without the bucket first.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, there's a figurine.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines.
So when are we getting a Stanley Parable amiibo? Right, he asked for the red door, right? I'm going for the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
Speaking of, the baby game is through this ending as well. I don't want to go to the baby game just yet.
What would have made this game?
I think I might save the baby game for a separate stream.
Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you
the high scores
leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
There's the dead rat. Wait, have I been playing this for 7 hours already? No, I've been playing this for 5.5 hours. Wait, no. You just lock me in here. I can't go through the hole. I don't remember getting soft locked. Is this just a complete soft lock? Yeah, this doesn't look right. I don't think this is supposed to happen. Problem being is that, like, this whole area is so meta, I can't actually tell what is a bug or not. But regardless, I am softlocked there, so I'm gonna have to start the game again.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all the time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay, I'm not gonna
Now,
go
would
through
you
that
say
door
that
again this
competitive
time.
leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
What? So does the game just soft lock for each? This must be a bug. I don't remember the game soft locking. Hmm. Could someone check this ending? Like on YouTube or something? Because I'm pretty sure I'm going through the correct way to progress through this ending, but it's just soft locking. It's the Minecraft ending on the original, I believe. I just look it up myself. Stanley Parable Minecraft ending. It goes through the door. Then there's the leaderboards. Right. After the leaderboards, it goes through the wooden door on the right. Then that goes back to rating your experience again. Okay, yeah, that's bugged. Huh. I'm gonna have to take note of this and report it in the Discord. But I won't do that right now, because I want to get on with more of the game. I'm sure considering that this is one of the big endings as well, like the video game ending, there must be other people who have run into this bug as well. So I'm sure they will probably be working on fixing it. Anyway.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Well, let's try going through there with the bucket, actually.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
It could only be bugged in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bucket.
Don't go to the meeting.
I don't even know if there's a way to go back to the original Stanley Parable after the Stanley Parable 2 has been triggered.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
I guess we're doing the bucket identification game.
Now,
yeah,
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Is this a bucket?
Is this a bucket?
That is not a bucket.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
No! I was gonna get the questions wrong.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Is it gonna be impossible to get the questions incorrect?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
I'm just embracing this music for a moment. Okay.
Incorrect.
Okay.
This is a bucket.
So you can get the questions incorrect.
Item 4. Is this...
Yes, that is a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Hey, cubed sofa. Yes, that is also a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
What do you mean that's a bucket?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
No, that's not a bucket.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless...
No, everything is a bucket.
Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
The narrator is indeed
I'm
a
afraid
bucket.
The bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
I was trying to get no points.
What happened?
On the game
Is
show.
everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
And even when I clicked no,
No idea. How could...
I was correct.
I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
I really want to go through the video game ending and also see the baby game as well. Possibly see the baby game while holding the bucket. But also, you can't get to the baby game while holding the bucket because you can't go through that ending while holding the bucket. I wanted the bucket to experience the baby game.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So I'm gonna hold the bucket, and I'm just gonna go
A
through.
better co-worker.
I'm gonna go through the regular,
He would become both of those
the
things.
regular
Stanley
ending.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I am gonna see if the secrets thing is still there. But I won't do that just yet, because I don't think you can do the secret thing while holding the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Down I go. Famous ending doesn't ring a bell.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
If there's any, new
He
content,
kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket in.
yeah, please don't ask if I've had any of the new endings that have been added to the game yet, because technically those are spoilers.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
If it's any of the classic endings, though, you can feel free to ask if I've been through those yet.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood...
It's okay. I just...
It was a glory.
I want a fresh view on this. Because I've played the old Stanley Parable, so it's mostly the new content that I haven't seen yet that I am excited about. And there seems to be a lot of new content with this bucket, so... The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the
the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and sustained. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Yeah, I love the bucket. The bucket is great. The bucket is a friend.
It was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own. Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Have the 2-handle bucket. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. Oh, a 3-handle bucket is way too dangerous. Can't have that. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However, clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Oh, no, I don't want to go down the hole. There was some more that I haven't seen, so I'm going to go back this way. The stress bucket. An analogy. Worrying. Negative forecasting. Negative thinking. Lack of reassurance. Vulnerability, size, and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies, holes. Rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. The stress bucket. Presented without commentary. Yeah, I don't think that needs commentary. Okay, now we can proceed. I'm just very amused by the music there. Okay, so I guess here we go. Oh, okay. You can't actually fall into there.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
You can only fall into the bucket.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
He was crushed with the bucket. Okay. I'm gonna go
off his layout like
okay,
the
right.
back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
I'm gonna bounce back to chat on this one. So what should I do? Should I pick up the bucket and go for another ending with the bucket, or should I go for a route without the bucket? Do bucket escape yet? Okay, let's go for a bucket ending.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
So, left or right door?
Tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Which door are we going to do this time? Okay, we're going for the left door.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I've already gone down that way with the bucket. So I've seen that ending already. Actually, did I think I went through here with the bucket already. That hasn't really changed.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation...
Also, apologies about my garbage memory. Can someone remind me what the numbers on the keypad were?
For the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What?
Okay, so if I remember correctly, for the secrets thing, you go through the gate to the other platform, then you turn around and go back again, and then press that button. I'm not sure if you can do this one with the bucket or not, though. I don't think you can do this one with the bucket.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
The gate just closes. Like, if I come back here without the bucket, would I be able to do the secrets thing?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Or was it just a case of you had to wait around here for the gates to reopen again? I'm trying to remember. Yes! There we go. Okay. So now I should be able to go back and press the other button. Yay! Here we go. Oh, this is beautiful. Secrets Room 2014. There's no turning back. High resolution secret texture. This had to be one of my favorite things in the original game. And it just looks so good in Ultra Deluxe.
No! Screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire...
Okay, that's one thing that's changed.
He could trust no one except...
On the old version, if you go onto the elevator after activating secret mode, the music would just stop. That's really good.
Proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very...
Okay, so have they added something to... Like, have they added, like, a secret or something to this room? Because I don't remember these numbered buttons.
Would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for...
Unless I'm just remembering wrong.
Best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Okay, so they were in the original. I just don't remember them. If they were in the original, then they don't do anything then, because I think they were just there as like a decoy. No, I haven't answered the phone with the bucket yet. I will do that next. There's also... How do I get up there? Is there stairs? I like, barely see this room because it's so dark. Oh, there's the stairs. And the gate up there is closed, never mind. So last time I got the bird ending when I went through here.
When at last they came to the
So
source of the
I'm going to turn the system off
Stanley
this
and the
time.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh no!
The facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to answer the phone with the bucket this time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps it takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded on. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
I also haven't jumped off the platform and died while holding the bucket yet as well.
There's something up there I need you to do.
I'll do that after the phone.
Question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Seeing if I get any dialogue if I leave it for a bit. Doesn't seem to be that way.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Well, this is all completely new. Nice headphones you got there. sunsets. Yeah, this is a comfy apartment. Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press B to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Okay, I guess... Hold on. Oh, you can't jump out the window here.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press I for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Press V to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press G to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press F to relive this same day with me, over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press F to go home to work, to home to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
Going on a date with the bucket.
What to do in this troublesome situation? Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Well, the narrator really wanted that bucket. That sure was an ending. Oh shit, the phone's ringing. Hang on, where's the...
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Oh. Okay. Well, what are we gonna do this time? Shall we do a bucket ending, or shall we go on without the bucket? I can't remember if you can go... I think after you pick up the bucket, the door to your office closes. Okay, let's go for one without the bucket then.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Which way are we gonna go? Find the last figure. Yeah, where is that last figure? Also, if anyone suggests like a path that I've already taken, I will continue on one that I haven't done. Maybe check the whiteboard in the meeting room. I did read through the whiteboards in the meeting room, considering that they changed that to give hints as to where the figures are. I was trying to think of which ones I haven't done yet. So... I was going to say the endings have been changed up a bit since I've now activated the Stanley Parable 2, so I could also try going through ones that I have done already as well. So go down the elevator without... I have not been down the elevator without the bucket yet.
They're doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
Okay, so I will go down the elevator
The direct way to the meeting.
without the bucket.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I haven't done the museum without the bucket yet either.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
So let's go down here without the bucket.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No, 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 no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
Oh, I've already been spoiled, don't worry.
Back to,
I went here earlier.
Who am I kidding?
But the narrator doesn't know that.
The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
Need to remember what was actually part of this ending, because it's been so long.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Also, the balloons are gone. Am I still in the Stanley Parable 2?
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the stories?
That would probably help a lot. I am not logging any of the endings that I have done.
The one who wrote the story was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure.
And I can't even get to the baby game because it's broken.
Then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley.
I think what I might do is try relaunching the game and then going back to the route that should have the baby game. Oh, this is fun. Yeah, I tried the baby route without the bucket. You can't actually go into the baby route with the bucket because the game stops you.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Hooray!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart.
Aha! The
All
Stanley
right,
Parable
I've got a
2
solution.
adventure
This
line.
time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Not gonna follow the adventure line.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Okay, I guess I'm following the adventure line. Yeah, all of the narration has been redone, as far as I know.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music.
It's fern time.
And look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
I gotta study you. Study you so much, because you are so important. Okay, moving on.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Okay, now it's just the Stanley Parable adventure line. We've gone... We've been downgraded. I feel betrayed.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh,
yeah, we now suddenly transitioned back to the source engine.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Okay. And we're back in the Stanley Parable 2 again. And now we're in heaven! That depends if you can get to it with the bucket. Because I think the office door closes when you pick up the bucket. Anyway, that's enough of that. I'm gonna go collect the bucket and try to go back to the office.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protected.
Yeah, the door closes as soon as you pick up the bucket.
Yet compassionate.
That's a shame. Well, I guess we're doing a bucket ending now. Bucket door 430.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give...
If he mentions the bucket,
such
then...
little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything new here.
No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket in...
Ah!
My standards have gone up.
Here we go.
Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now, that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
Bucket time! Hang on, where was door 417? There it is.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
Wait, door 4, there it is.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love. Now back to door number 437. You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
Hang on, what was... Back through here, wasn't it?
Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
It's back the other way, wasn't it?
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again. Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
Actually, let me check the achievements. Don't have to beat the game achievement yet. Also, test achievement, please ignore. There's also one for restarting the game as well. Speedrun, complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds, not including load times. Also haven't got Settings World Champion. And also, this achievement has changed. It's super go outside now, so don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. 10 whole years. Not allowed. Right, I'm gonna get the achievement for relaunching the game.
Yeah. There's definitely something that I've missed to get that achievement. Oh, it's asking me to enter the time again. Well, it is currently 12:21 a.m. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously, they just leave the clock and set it to 12 o'clock and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll get back to the video game now. Okay. Set the clock again. What time should I set the clock as, everyone? Do you have a particular favorite time? Actually, it's quite possible there may be Easter eggs depending on a specific time that you set the clock to. Oh, 4:20. Yeah, I could do 4:20. Ah, 4:20 a.m., your favorite time of day. Or, could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious about how accurate 4:20 a.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 4:20 a.m.? Inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. Oh, this is where the sliders... Yes, this is where the sliders are coming in. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Okay, perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple of new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. That door might... Yeah, how do you get back to that door? Oh, it's this slider again. Please adjust the slider until the dog and cat are friends. Hooray! Please adjust the slider until the 5 becomes the number 9. Okay, there's 2 9s. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Oh, 3 9s. I bet that wingding was a 9 as well. Which of the 2 made-up words below is most appealing to you? Scrumtush. Please don't adjust the slider. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes.
Is the time that it is right now the correct time? What? Yes? What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help! Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. Okay, let's relaunch the game again. What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games weren't meant to be played alone. You like belong alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Okay. I bet that's in the settings room. That has probably unlocked the settings room. Oh, it's gone. Just check what's in here as well, see if anything's changed. Because I haven't had the achievement yet.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, there's the welcome back achievement.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley's bucket.
Pick up the bucket, and I'm gonna do the death ending, the one where you just jump off the...
Stanley clutched the bucket.
Jump off the elevator.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift or...
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Yeah. I didn't really expect much from that ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Don't think the broom closet ending has been changed.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Whatever.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward.
I don't remember that.
To passageway.
Were they trying to annoy people who were trying to do the speedrun achievement?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered.
I don't remember the original well enough. Because there's just so many different endings in the
Stanley
original.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Oh shit.
Did he have the strength to find out? Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see,
this is new.
When the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, Getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you.
I crave the content.
Like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
I did it! Well, that was a pleasant surprise. I like that ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Favorite Franz Ferdinand song.
Perhaps he had simply missed.
Okay, now I'm gonna do it with the bucket.
Stanley? Without the bucket? Really Stanley at all? No. No, surely not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It
Oh,
really
hello.
wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Oh. I guess that wasn't an ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine...
I don't think that was fast enough for the achievement.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
There we go. There's another achievement out of the way.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. As Stanley
Pick up the bucket again.
He felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh wait, these are being crossed off when I find them, I think. Stairs, something to do with stairs.
Coming to a staircase,
I did do downstairs with the bucket.
Upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, there's the other one.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
No one where you go into the manager's office but then back out when the door's closed.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm not sure. I'm just trying to remember the ending, because you know there's the ending where you go to heaven, or the heavenly room. It's the one that has the set of stairs that you can commit suicide on. I'm just trying to remember how you get to that one.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I'm gonna go back. Try entering the boss's office and then quickly leaving the boss's office, because I think I remember that being an ending. Oh, whoa!
But I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them.
Oh, that is
every last
really disorienting.
Isn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Ooh, we're going to the memory zone. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Oh yeah, do we get the French again? We might get the French. Or not. This is taking a different path. I don't think anything has changed in here.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Seven. I don't think so. I don't think so. The audio. Where is it? I think it's on as general. Yeah, language show. It's just show subtitles. There is also show translation labels. I'm not sure what that does. Enables translated labels on top of in-world text. Actually, what? Let me see what that actually does. I'm curious what that shows up. It's interesting. Oh, that's a slider. That is a slider. Hidden slider. still not seeing achievement. Let me just try doing that one by one. Do I have to do all of these in the same session?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. Named Stanley.
No achievement. Hmm. Yeah, nothing.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no...
I can jump off here.
...any of them, let alone sit.
I can jump off here. I have the option to jump off here.
All sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
But I don't know if I want to jump off, because I don't know how to get back to here. Oh wait, no, you can't. You can't jump off. It doesn't let you, never mind.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was in the boss's bathroom, wasn't it? But should I go for the right answer or the wrong answer?
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
Sorry, I had to momentarily go AFK.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Stand number 5. Found it near the red and blue doors. Yes, boy.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Oh.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
We'll go this way now. Nothing.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Ah, nice. So I'm back in here again, but it's different.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember.
You're back to the hole.
But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
The last hurrah.
Through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
So I completely forgot what I was doing before this other ending popped up.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, right, yes. I was going to get to the boss's office, wasn't I? Was it entering and quickly leaving the boss's office?
Yet there was not a
Oh, this room's normal again.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, I uncursed the room. Wait a second. Door's already open.
Here's the door.
Aha. Something weird going on with the lighting. Quite possibly. I think I might have messed that up, but hey, let's keep going. Oh, bucket.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Oh wait, is this the... This is the escape pod ending. But I have the bucket now. They might have changed it. Yeah, that's the escape pod ending. Well, the bucket disappeared. Oh. Hello, bucket. gentle touch of the bucket. Oh, you're putting the bucket in the escape pod. Ooh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
And the bucket's gone.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, blue office, and there's no bucket anymore. Oh, the whiteboard ending. Dog mode. It doesn't do anything.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Yeah, I don't remember this ending. I remember the whiteboard, but I don't remember anything else.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I don't know what to do now. It's gone the one on the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
I'm gonna do the escape pods. I'm gonna do the escape pod ending a game, but without the bucket.
To his boss's office, hoping he might find an coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Possibly. Yeah, the door's just open there. Okay.
Here's the door. Just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television.
This just seems to be normal again.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitor.
I'll go through this ending anyway.
True nature revealed.
Turn the machine on
Number
rather
of
than
an
turn it off.
employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Fine.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
5 and green.
That's Stanley. That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a count.
Oh, that's number 4.
Action moving along. It's just seconds.
Where was number 5?
Death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
3.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle.
Oh, never mind. The controls are all gone.
Boom, and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after. Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped.
Replacement bucket. No, I'm not taking the bucket this time. Actually, do I get...
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Try not to lose this one too.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What if I lose the bucket again?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort.
Okay, good night, Shark.
More than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, I have the bucket.
Stepping in.
I'm gonna get rid of this bucket as well. See what happens if I do it twice. Wait a second.
No, the orders were still missing. For now. But Stanley simply couldn't handle
I have the bucket in my office now.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
I think that was just a normal ending.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
I'm just gonna do the escape pod ending
Stanley
without the
came
bucket.
to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Come on.
Here's the door.
There we go. Okay, so that's just the same as it was in the original. It's interesting they did it with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a
okay, I'll just go through the regular ending
on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this... blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation. the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Yeah, this is just normal.
Stanley was happy. All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
I'm gonna try and remember how to get to the suicide ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Actually, I haven't done the museum ending without the
lounge
bucket
was
yet.
sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
It was... Hang on, which... My mind has gone blank on how to get to the museum ending now. Right, yes. I think it was... You go through here.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
through the escape path.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit
The
start?
office layout. It's the nature paintings. There's buttons. Office computers. And the credits. There's the model designs, original artwork, original music, sound design, additional music, additional voice work. There's all of the main creators of the game. The additional development. Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up in a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpret it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. The lounge. The apartment timer. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you a 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Oh, right. Yes, there is another ending where you don't pick up the phone, rather than just unplugging it. I think that's the ending with the suicide bit. Got the cargo lift. So I think you should be able to do that ending with the bucket as well. It's an early version of the countdown room. His ending. Trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012, features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is preparing a new version of the Stanley Parable. It's the maintenance layout for the hallways. Following the first two doors was important to get right, since the players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. The boss's office. The lounge. The underground. It's narration outtakes. When writing, the voice of the narrator recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
Stanley came to the lift. He traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. Try the other one. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Then he pushed the number 8. And finally, he pushed the number 9. Still nothing? I don't know. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what, you win. Congratulations. You did it. I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. What do we do now?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Bye, Stanley. Right. So I will go to the phone. Oh, speaking of phone, there's a phone ringing.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages.
Okay, I've had that one
Anytime
already.
you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, it's a good question.
In this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Okay,
That's
so
her, Stanley.
I'm gonna sit and not answer the phone
You need to be
here.
the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can,
This is one of the endings I haven't done yet.
Another, then pick up the.
And then I will come back here and also do it with the bucket as well. Or was it unplugging the phone and then doing what the narrator says? I think it might have been unplugging the phone and then actually doing what the narrator
Stanley
says.
picked up the phone. A white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Unfortunately, I can't
But
fast
if
forward
used
this.
incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Yeah, I did go through all the settings.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems
the only other sliders
well equipped to deal with reality.
I didn't 100% do were the sliders that the one-off sliders that appeared when I was relaunching the game.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, it just goes straight back to this anyway.
Inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all...
I'm gonna relaunch the game. Oh, epilogue! Back in the desert again. I feel like I've just entered another demo scene production again. There is something over there as well. Yeah, this is the memory zone. Is that the escape pod? That is the escape pod, and there's the bucket. We'll do this together. Just me in the bucket. V. Mine's blog. Uncompromising gaming content. Review The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, The Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for, an infinitely deep hole. Who cares? What are the new endings? What about the enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the Avenger line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... A welcome reprieve from... recent posts. Stanley Parable 2. Sorry, I've been blogging too much. Review Snarf 3. Protected post. Cookies Corner. We need to talk about sequels. Hisorder 0999. Botlin. September 2027. Catborn. Scientists confirm hybrid species. It's me, Jim. Get green. But get on the green. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But the disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Stanley!
Stanley. Jim. Stanley. Jim. Jim. Stanley. Jim. Jim.
I found the hidden Stanley button.
Jim. 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 Jim.
It appears we are back at the hole. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Oh? Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling on to the legacy. Let it burn. Not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a title for the game. The original Revenge of the Lavish Passion of the Forbidden Dreams of Dash Train Station, Home Planet Gun, Sunshine and Space. See. Dreams of Train Station. Stanley Parable 3, Dreams of Train Station. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself would change when you do this, either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it. But I want you to have a say as well. Don't do it. I understand, sometimes we're not ready to move on. That's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come talk to me. I'll be right here. Hang on. Let me just relaunch the game and see if I can get back to that. Maybe not. Try it one more time. Yeah, I might have to go through the epilogue again. gonna go collect bucket. But yeah, the bucket is very important. Oh, hello. You're back. It's good to see you again. Did you reconsider the idea of inventing silly new subtitles for the sequels, like Stanley Parable 3, Nonsense Chemicals? Would you like to start doing that now? God, if I hit don't do it, that means I have to go through the whole sequence again. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I won't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself, forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Oh yeah, it's 2:16. So, I'm gonna... Can I use the arrow keys on this? Because it's just like... No, you can't use the arrow keys on this slider. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. You're playing the Stanley Parable 3, Dreams of Trains Edition. I could try every setting. So... There we go. Settings world champion.
This is...
So let's relaunch the game. Yeah, if I can figure out how to get to the room. Okay, Stanley Parable 4. Now we've added baby. I will make it as big as the game lets me make it. Lord of the Ice Cream. Penguin! I mean, what happens if I start the game, like, after the name of the game has changed?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, the new content door is back. Okay, return to the Stanley Parable 2.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Ah, the door opens now.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
I'll have to see if I can find that slider. Also, I can re-experience the hole now.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like.
Yeah, I want to see if there's anything that I missed in the hole.
You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing?
Forgot how long this sequence was.
I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh, nice. I didn't see this.
Puppies!
My head's stronger. You're no longer. You love the space of mine.
Error!
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off.
I had to mash the buttons to make sure I got the...
Have that, Stanley. Because this hole is just
to make sure I got the most out of that.
That I want you to be wide awake for every second.
Yeah, I like the arrow one.
You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Right. Let's keep increasing that number.
Skeleton Printer Jam. Okay, I think I've seen enough of that one. Beyond 427. Okay. Return to train station. Eight. Possibly. I will have to watch other people play this game to find this out. Part 5. Human condition. These do look like they're randomly generated. Lord of the Boyfriends! Yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap this up soon. I still need to remember which path I need to take to get to the suicide ending as well. Because I'm sure that one will have an extra ending with the bucket. Look to poison. Oh, it's the skip button. Yeah, the baby game as well. I will have to report that as a bug if it hasn't been reported already. I will check their Discord
like, after I'm done streaming. I'm sure somebody else must have reported it by now. Oh, we've added circles. Also, I think you can enter the bonus content area with the bucket now as well. I'll have to see if that makes any difference. Stanley versus Apple. God, how many of these title screens are there? Infinite. Oh. Yeah, it's the default Unity cube. There's also the default Unity skybox as well. Hidden mind control machine. I think we've seen this one already. We might have hit the loop. Grilled birthday party. Nope, not seen this one. Actually, this this looks like the title for a Jackbox game. Jackbox Party Pack 16. Seems to be a rat. Also, I'm amazed I have gone through so much of this so far and not spotted a single raccoon. I think if I were to file any complaints about this game, it is this game's lack of raccoons. Yeah, I'm Raccoon. There's the baby. I need to set my status as offline on Steam. Surprised nobody has messaged me up until now. One with the computer virus.
Je suis dans la
Oh, it's the song.
mémorisation, c'est sur la pluie des vélos, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour.
It's a shame Shark has gone to bed.
C'est là, dans la mémorisation, où je me remémore les jours.
Nearly at 20. Infinite monkeys. Look who it is. Saturday night's fight. I'm just wondering how high the number goes. Fuck off the sequel. How many of these are there? I think these have been different every time. Stanley's tiny scorpion. Oh, the penguin's back. It is very possible. That's the Steam update. There we go. It is very possible that there's 3 different parts of each of these title screens, and it's randomized every time on launch. Or 4, should I say. There's also music as well. Yeah, that's a repeating background. Right, I'm gonna quickly look up how to get to the suicide ending, because I've forgotten how to get to that ending. Let's see. Go through the doors. Then you go through the door on the right. Go through the office. Go straight ahead to the conveyor belt. Ah, okay, that's how you do it. It's the one thing I haven't done. Go to it with the bucket. So it's the route that you take to get to the baby game, except you actually go through the correct doors.
His co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket
so you go through the blue door,
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
The red one, I mean, not the blue one.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I'm gonna do it with the bucket.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that
Oh
the bucket
shit.
had spoken.
Yeah, it's no buckets.
He
I am...
unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see? There's a sign right there. It says...
Whatever, I'll do this again because it's fun.
This point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain...
I kind of wish I could just fast forward to the points.
Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I don't actually remember which ones are right or wrong.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct.
Shit.
This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
Yeah, the second tractor is a bucket.
Machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes.
It's a shame I can't go to this room with the bucket.
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
This room had quite a lot of dialogue in the original, if I remember.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Suicide warning.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here. No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You are going to stay here, aren't you? You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you? No, perhaps not. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me? I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Okay, right. Gonna try the baby game ending one more time.
All of his co-workers were gone.
If it soft locks, I'm gonna have to wait for him to release a
Stanley
patch.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And then I will take a bucket
Stanley
to
came to a
the new
set of
content.
two open
There we
doors.
go.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
No, still broken. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I think the last thing I'm going to do for tonight
Stanley decided to go to
is take the bucket
Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes.
and go into the new content area.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Yeah, isn't this the bit where they added the jump button?
Exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley, I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all.
I'm so glad this has additional dialogue as
I
well.
already show you my ideas for the sequel. I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order. All right, let's see, it's the jump circle?
No more jumps.
The infinite hole, the giant door, did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game? Wait. If you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable! Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you. Clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
Okay, I think I have pretty much exhausted as much as I can from Ultra Deluxe for now. I will get on the Discord, I will go through the bug report, see if anyone else has bug reported the broken baby game ending. And if they release a patch to fix that, I will do another stream exclusively for the baby game. Anyway, it's been a fun stream today, and I'm glad my throat managed to hold up as well. Oh, I am tired. I need to get some rest. It is 3 in the morning. Anyway, I hope people enjoyed the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I will post in my Discord when I'm going to be live again with more Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, because one of the endings, actually potentially 3 of the endings were broken, so... And there's probably some other bits that I've missed out as well that I've either just not found or completely forgotten about. Anyway, hope you all have a lovely night. I'll see you again soon.